Right, hello, greetings and welcome in everyone. Hello. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos, general maker of things, and I hope that we are all having a good Tuesday thus far. Yeah, just gotta fix a thing that's being the dumb, and my microphone is now not pointing in the direction it is supposed to be pointing. Yeah, sorry, it's loud. Yeah, okay, there, hopefully that works. Okay, hopefully that works. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Okay, so, today has been Wednesday. Yes? Yes, today has been Wednesday. What a Wednesday it has been. I very nearly missed a big important appointment that I had this evening. Not long before stream, so whoops. But it has been a productive day in my iteration of reality thus far. I've managed to get a little bit of prep work down for what we want to do for our background work for tonight. And what I mean by background work is we are actually working on backgrounds for the animatic project that I'm illustrating. So yes, we are doing a little bit of environment madness today. Krahazik, hello, welcome in. How goes? Hee. Boing. Put those on for a bit. Going okay? Hey, nice. Going okay is going good. Okay is always a good starting point, right? So I had a little bit of an opportunity while I was taking a break around mealtime today to do just a little bit of extra research and reading on a couple of things, and mostly on something that has been bugging me for some days now. And that thing that has been bugging me for some days now was the name of a particular MMD model that I had, or a modeler's base rather, that I had seen going around some years ago, way back around when I was starting dabbling in 3D, somewhere circa 2014. I think it was circa 2014, I can't remember, right? Because I remember opening up that base in Blender back then to try and see, okay, how does this thing work if I want to do an edit for an original character, right? And then I thought that base was really pretty, and then I opened it up and it was nightmare fuel on the inside. But it was really functional nightmare fuel that looked amazing. So I eventually found out that the name of the model was the LUT base, the LAT base. I don't know if that's stylized in speech as LAT or as LUT. And I thought it was really pretty in functionality, but in terms of how it was actually built, it looked a little bit cursed. And I went and I did a little bit of digging to try and find out again how exactly that head build worked, and subsequently stumbled over videos involving Guilty Gear, because that is kind of benchmark of 3D anime madness, and thus found myself in a little bit of a rabbit hole. And at the same time, it also reminded me of a whole bunch of stuff that I've honestly forgotten on a technical level, so it was really good to just revisit that. so that when I get back into the character modeling for Misthaven things, we can actually actively do that. It also led me to think about how I actually want to approach the 3D modeling for Project Misthaven. I thought at one point, okay, do I really want to do the... What do I want in terms of the art direction, right? Because it's my project, I need to think very, very hard about art direction and illustration stuff versus what you actually see in the final product. And I originally was thinking, what if we do something sort of like old PS2 medium poly model type madness, and see what we can get out of that. But after thinking it through the last couple of weeks, I am more tempted to say I should probably try to aim for something stylistically closer to my own actual art style. The manhwa aesthetic runs deep in how I function, and perhaps as such, trying to aim for that more anime-styled imagery and feature set is probably going to work better in terms of being able to actually match illustrations to things and what have ye. So that is what I've opted to do. I have now got study material to go and look at, and with that, I am seriously contemplating how I am going to actually be approaching my learning curve, because working directly on Misthaven Madness with that is maybe just a little itty bitty bit risky. So what I've decided is to indulge in two things for the learning process. One, I am actually going to go straight ahead from start to finish on a model. It's going to be a relatively low risk model in the sense that I have decided that Wilhelm fan model that I wanted to do, I think I'm just going to go ahead and do it. Because I've then got room to experiment stylistically and make sure that I can get things functional and working and pull things in before I try and match the same build structure across multiple models and then it doesn't work. So I feel like that is going to be something that if I can get it to work right, it will save me a great many headaches. So that is what we are aiming for, is I'm going to basically, for the next while, let's see if I can get the model done. I'm gonna say asterisk tentatively, because of other projects that I've got to do with commissions and madness. Let's asterisk tentatively aim for mid-August, I think. If I can get the Wilhelm fan model done by mid-August, I will be a happy burb. So it'll be kind of a big deal. I'm going to kind of speed run it a little bit, trying to get everything functional. With how I need to experiment a little bit, it's going to be a bit of a technical chaos on some fronts, but it's hopefully going to work. So, yay. It's going to be everything from figuring out, okay, how much am I going to be relying on shaders? How much am I going to be doing texture painting? Am I even going to be doing texture painting? Or am I going to do everything with volumes and then use shaders to get everything to be reactive? Which then depends on, okay, now if I want to pull this into game engine madness, am I going to make that function with viewports and cameras and what have you. So there's a bit of technical madness that I've got to figure out in the background for that. But I think it is an important learning curve and process. And, you know, who knows, maybe it's something that I can say, okay, at the end of it, here's a functional gift. You can use it if you want, you know, for Elshi. So that would be cool. And yeah, that's, I think, going to be the plan for the immediate future in terms of the 3D learning process that's going to go into Project Misthaven. And the reason why I specifically bring up 3D is because we are starting today in 3D, actually. We are actually starting today in 3D. Because I have with me let me just get to the right place over here. Why are you... Oh, that's why I have done that. Right. I have actually started working on getting our animatic background. I've got a floor plan for where the main part of story madness happens, and everything mostly happens within this building. So I've got a floor plan that I'm currently building to, and I've got a sense of where my camera is going to be in a bunch of places. So I have started today with kind of building the interior of the house and looking at seeing, okay, where am I going to need the camera to be able to capture all of the scenes that I need to be able to capture. So I've got in place most of the hardware in terms of the doors. What I still need to do is I need to close up this stairwell and get a little cupboard scenario going inside there. And I've actually also used the free assets in Blender Kit to start populating it as well, because with that, when it comes to actually mapping out, okay, where are solid objects in the space and how are things going to interact with and past that, it'll be much easier to actually have that mapped out. Now, why is this not capturing properly? Hold up. This is not capturing properly and it's bugging me. It's been bugging me for a while now, but it's now just desperately annoying. Let's just see. And... okay. Hopefully that does anything different. Okay. So, we are basically going to be looking at our interior setup, making sure that we've got the last major landmarks in place. I'm gonna probably do the most ridiculously basic set of lighting and textures inside, because I don't know if I'm going to do I don't know yet if I'm going to actually try and do image renders of where our of where the camera needs to be for all of our shots, or if I am going to actually just take screenshots and draw over the screenshots. I'm still deciding on that front. I think depending on what I do here, I might have to do I might have to just do screenshots and then draw over them. But at least having the appropriate landmarks in the right places is going to make this a much easier task. So that is what we're aiming for. And with that, I think the thing that I need to probably work on first is going to be finishing these stairs. So let me just hide the rest of these things. I can keep the doors. They'll give me orientation on where I am. Okay, edit mode, grab everything, and just make sure that everything is in fact pointing in the correct directions. So these, we're gonna flip. No? That did nothing. That's weird. Wild, okay. So now we've got those. Now what I want to do is I want to grab this bottom one, extrude that. No, not like that. Let me grab this entire select loop, edge loop. Of course, it's not a continuous line. Of course, it's not a continuous line. Select, merge by distance. There we go. Select, loop, edge loop. Of course, it wouldn't. Because they are triangles, and triangles break the flow of linear data for some obscure reason. Okay, so now we go extrude. Give ourselves a little bit of a panel, and go extrude Y, pull in a little bit, there we go. Extrude X, alright, actually no, I'm not going to do that. Alright, now what I want to do is I want to get rid of these excess vertices. So what we're going to do is we're going to come in here. Merge at center. Merge at center. Okay, Lex, welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing? I'm remembering the great Stan Lee of Spider-Man creator fame. Let me see. see. Is there anything in particular that got Stanley on your mind this day? Let's go scale x0 and pull this way. Now what I want to do is if I look at this door over here, which gives us the width that you could expect of a normal standard door. That's how many blocks? 5, 10, minus the 2 on the outside, that's an 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So let's go take this one out. Delete that face. And go scale x0. There we go. Magic the Gathering is doing a collab with Marvel superheroes, so it's been on my mind lately due to the previews. Ah, I see, I see. Now that would do it. Actually, what I want to do is slide that like such. Fill. Boy. Grab those two, merge at last. And then grab you and you and you, subdivide like so. Scale x0. No, guess. You and you, scale x0. Ria, are you a leader? Like, do you work in a leadership position of sorts, or do you manage a team? No, I don't. I don't. I had been voted a team leader in some past life educational contexts previously, but I generally try and avoid actually being in managerial positions of any description. I feel Holly sometimes inadequate at that sort of a thing. Like, trying to get people in the same room at the same time is one of the things that I struggle with very, 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 very much. And that's like step number one of being in a leadership position, usually most of the time. And it's like the number one thing that I'm bad at. Okay, so this is not behaving like how I want it to behave, so I'm gonna undo a bunch of this because it's ew, gross. What I am gonna do is I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna slide it this way, like that. Then we're gonna grab these. No, not yet. This is still not quite in the right place. Like on Project Misthaven, where it's kind of my brainchild, and I'm dealing with a couple of people who are helping volunteer on stuff. Yeah, there I'm in the leadership position because I've kind of it's kind of my entire responsibility to keep the entire project moving, because it's entirely on me. But beyond that, no. Extrude and inward, like that. Haha, okay. So now what I want to do is I want to go duplicate that. No, not that way, not that way. Undo, that's Control Z. And no, wrong again. And extrude you like that. Okay, and now what I want to do is I want to go here, grab these. Yep, yep, yep. And go and dissolve those edges. Same on this side. Grab those. And dissolve those edges. Okay. And you know what? I want my screencast keys. Hold up. Preferences. Screencast keys. Boom. Let's just pull you up further. There we go. Let's line you up over there. Okay, so now when I press buttons, you should be able to actually see what buttons I'm pressing, because there you see my mouse, basically, in a nutshell. Okay. So now you can see exactly what kind of chaos I'm up to with terms of what tools I'm using at the very least. Okay. Actually, what I need to do is I need to come out a little bit, and I need to grab this face in particular, and I need to pull it in just a smidge. Actually, grab this lot. And what I want to do is firstly go select mesh, separate. Okay, so now over here, this is going to be the cupboard door. There we go. And now what I want to do is I want to go edit mode, grab here, and I want to grab specifically that vertex, and I want to go what's that hot thing again? Is it Shift C? Shift C returns that to 0. That returns that to the orange one. Let's sew cursor to selected. That's what I'm looking for. AO. Cursor to selected. There we go. And object mode. And then we want to go set origin to 3D cursor. Okay, then 3D cursor back to where it needs to live. Okay. That is completely illegible. Let's make that like so. Okay, grab you. And now at this point, if I want to open the door, it will pivot around that. Great. Starting points, right? Starting points. Put you over there. Actually, what I want to do is go edit mode, and I want to go scale y -1. Undo. Object mode, grab you. Object, edit mode, scale y -1. Okay. Object, scale y -1. There we go. Now the hinge is in the right place. Okay. Drop you there. Now if I go rotate on the z-axis, it will do as I need it to there. Great. Okay, now in here, edit mode, I want to grab this face and I want to inset like such. And I want to grab that, and I want to go merge at center. And I want to go that. Scale Z0. Scale X0. Scale X0. Scale Z0. Okay. Now those two come down like that. Let's just make sure that we are in ortho view. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Grab you. Make you smaller. Put you over here. Edge. Bevel edges. Okay. Now I want no, that's not what I'm looking for. Vertex, bevel vertices. Aha, this is what I'm looking for. I want 0.05, I think. Okay, I'm gonna need to definitely simplify that because that is so wrong. Vertex, bevel. Definitely not 6. Okay, that'll do the trick there. You know what I'm going to do here is I'm not going to think too hard. Why? Because this is not needing to be an optimized mesh. This does not need to be an optimized mesh. Inset. Scale smaller. Extrude Y. Or no? No, undo, undo. So there, yeah. Extrude. Extrude. Scale. Extrude. And edge. Bevel edges. 0.02. 0.2. Here we go. Grab you, pull the knob out just a little bit further. There we go. -1 line, scale that down a bit more because it doesn't need to be that ridiculous. And out just a smidge. Cool. So there we have a cupboard with a wooden doorknob. Great. Now, what we need to do, now that we have established cupboard, is I want to Do I want open storage, or am I going to assume that this entire section is just part of one big chaos cupboard? I think open storage. This one's open storage. Edit mode. Okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go grab you and you and you and you and you and you and you, and we're gonna go subdivide, and we're gonna grab you guys like that, and we're gonna go right click and slide. Where's slide? Each slide here. Okay, all the way like that, and pull you guys out just a smidge, like so. Grab you and join. Cool. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna go grab you, you and you and you and you and you and you, and we're gonna go once again subdivide, grab you guys, scale x0, pull you that way, okay, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna grab this face and this face and this face and this face, and we're gonna go extrude like that. Okay, and now there is this cute little recess over here. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy that piece of mesh, and I'm going to pull it down a smidge to about middle, and I'm going to go scale X like so, and I'm going to grab this bottom line here, and I'm going to go extrude, pull it back that way, grab that piece in its entirety, and just tug that in slightly so that we've got a shelf. Nice. We've now got things happening under stairs where we can now go back to our Blender kit and let's find books, and let's filter free first. Let's grab a block like that. Let it load. Grab our stack of books. Where is our stack of books? Here, I want this to be out. And pop that in there. Which we can now have neatly in that little space, because it works out just so. Ain't that lovely? Could not have planned it that way. Legitimately, I could not have planned that way. Okay. Then let's see what's something that we can put the next one down. Another set. Let's just grab that out. And over here. Let's go scale x minus 1 to just flip them over. Yep, okay. So now we got ourselves a bunch of books. And now let's see if we can find a little ornament. That we can put on the shelf here. That's quaint. Looking for something that will match the vibe of the place. Let's see, let's see. A little wooden boat is usually good. I mean, look at that, it's cute. Super cute. But I am gonna make it bigger, just so that it's got presence. Okay, now I can close that and get rid of the search query. Alright, so that is our stair scenario sorted. So if we put our room shell back on, we are getting very close to having everything that we need for this to make sense and work. So the next thing that I need to do is I need to close up this patch of floor and then put a window in. Mesh. Flip those normals. There we go. Grab you and you. And go extrude scale. Like that. Okay. Delete that vertex. I don't want that actually. Grab you. Extrude. Up. Like that. Okay. Extrude. And scale. Now what I want to do is I want to grab these two. And go scale Z0. Like that. And I want to grab those two and I want to go scale Z0. Okay. Grab those two and fill. Grab those two and fill. Extrude. And let's go object mode. Let's go, I need Archimesh and I want a flat window. Which is where? Pull this out into the collection. Delete that because it's wrong. Delete that because it's wrong. Delete that because it's wrong. Close you, close you, close you. Come back to our top collection. Go panel window. Now, properties. Where's the properties thing here? Once again, delete hierarchy because it's wrong. Take 3, let's see if we can find this, right? Edit mode. You know what, just grab the entire thing because this is ridiculous. Window group. Pull you in here. And I'm just gonna scale you because this is ridiculous. Alex, hello, hello, welcome in. Okay, now what I need to do is I need to actually flip this around. RZ180, because it does not make sense for the big panel to be in front of the little ones, which need to be able to be controlled from the inside. Ooh, 3D stuff in Blender, best of luck. Thank you. Yes, we are actually surprisingly close to being done with what we need to do in Blender here. We are setting our scene for our animatic that we're doing for Stephen Afro. And we've got almost all of the elements that we're actually going to need in here for all of the shots that are going to be part of the project. So we are very, very, very close to being able to now take this to next steps in the process. Okay, so now we have these 3 bits that we need to go and flip those. Okay. So now the last thing that we need to do is we need to just fill in boundary wall on this piece over here. What I'm looking for is that line, item, height, copy, grab everything here, scale Z like so. Like so. And like so. Then grab the ceiling over here. And invert those normals. Okay. And close up that little corner of floor. Grab those two and go extrude all the way here. This needs to be on Y, -4. There we go. And then you and you fill and you and you fill. I don't think I'm gonna need that wall, but having it makes me feel better. Okay, that works. And I think, guys, I think it is time for a hydrate. Why? Because I completely forgot to set my timers on that. And we've been streaming for a while now. So it's probably time for a hydrate. So let us all acquire our nearest safe consumption beverages and take a sip, shall we? I think so. I just want to adjust this so that I can see on my interface a thing. There we go. Yeah, I've been streaming for an hour and I haven't hydrated yet. That's not gonna fly. That's not gonna fly. Oh boy. Speaking of flying, my wings are taking up half of the viewport. Whoopsie. I see that now. Water is needed. Indeed. Indeed. Yeah, so we're making good progress. We've almost got everything that we need for this to be functional. Almost. What we don't yet have, and that's an issue, I think, is below here. Close that off. Yeah. And that is going to be important for that shot. Yes, that's going to be important for that shot. Okay. And then similarly extrude up. Actually, no. Extrude. Like that. Okay. I don't think we're going to use what's in this in this room, because it's supposed to be like a bathroom over here. But I don't think we've got a shot that's going to actually show that. So we've got a shot that's going to show there's a passage, but we haven't got a shot that's going to show the interior of this particular bathroom. So I don't actually think we're going to need that. What I do want to do now is I want to go object mode and I want to look for shelf. See if we've got any cute little wall-mounted shelves we can That looks on brand. I'm gonna mount that straight there. Let's see what we've got in lines of. It would make sense to have something like this over on that wall. Okay. Collapse that, collapse that. Now let's see, where are you? You guys are all in the root collection. Great! So far so good. Okay. Now let's look at some light fittings. That would make sense. That's the sort of light fitting I'd expect to see in a place like this. Put that up there like so. Duplicate that collection. Move you like that. Okay. And let's see. Stair lights by the stairs is probably not a bad idea. I've still got to actually do railings for our stairs as well. This needs to be at 4. Yeah? Is that still off? Still off the wall. How is that off the wall? Anyway, Wild. Okay. Now let me do duplicate collection. Alright, let's see. So you can come way down. And you can come way down. And duplicate collection. And duplicate collection. Move you up just a smidge. And like that. Okay, so theoretically that should help with the lighting just a smidge. Theoretically. Teeny bit. Okay. Now, what we're seeing is that these... Do these, in fact, have any light emission from them? Or are they just kind of half decorative? You know what? Probably help if I'm actually in cycles. That'll help if I'm in cycles. Because then things will actually display as like how they actually are. Denoise. Okay, now we can see more or less what's actually happening. Prime Rate Harrier doesn't exist, she can't hurt you. Yeah. Hello, Toaster, welcome in. Yes. I've been struggling with my tracking losing me lately. I'm still trying to figure out if it's maybe a camera angle issue or if it is something else. But I do know that my internet has been bad and that Windows is screaming at me to do an update, which I kind of don't want to do. Unless absolutely necessary, but we're trying, we're fighting. But yeah, I know that I've had some issues with my tracking getting lost. Okay, so let's come out of there, because that's just making things take forever. Let's just see, what does this one look like? In terms of how it behaves. Okay, this I'm going to just delete that entire hierarchy because it's not what I'm looking for. Let's see. Sorry, I missed all of that. Can you say it again? Stream does not sound happy. Yeah, internet. Third world internet. That's the short version. I have been struggling with my camera losing tracking, and I think that's a network issue. But I do know that Misthaven does not necessarily have the strongest connection with the rest of the world. So occasionally I do cut out, and currently the YouTube studio panel on OBS is screaming at me saying, "Error, YouTube is not responding." So I know that it is 100% internet issues that are on a level of national infrastructure, which is like number one hugest problem where I reside is national infrastructure, which we can't really do anything about. So yeah, we fight. We fight on. Okay. That is not what we're looking for. We need to be such that we can actually get stuff inside. There we go. No. Okay. Grab you. Duplicate collection again. Move you inside. Rotate 90 degrees. Put you there. Okay. Now what we need to do is I need a lighting fixture for ceilings. That I can place from inside, because otherwise it's going to throw a hissy fit. Let's see where it dropped that. Outside, of course it dropped that outside. Are we surprised by this? No. Rotate, -90. Put that inside like that. Rotate 90. Go in there like so. Are you emitting any light? No, you're not. Why are you not emitting light? Why? Because I keep managing to find exactly the wrong materials. So, we go. Delete hierarchy. Let's see if I can find a light fitting that has actually got lights in it. Okay, wait, before I do that. I'm looking for viewport. No, I'm looking for material, and I'm looking for preview. No. Settings. Viewport display. Backface culling. Okay, wild. Okay, I think I need to adjust my world settings because everything is just too dark by a bit. Like, it's... This feels like everything is happening at night and I'm not liking that. So let's just brighten up our world. Ever so slightly. Just to make it feel like there is life coming from somewhere in this place. Then when you go inside, let's just go camera. It would help if we had our camera actually inside the building. So camera, let's get you inside the building. There we go, now we can start to see things. Okay. So we can see that the stair lights are working. But we need a good set of downlighters. Let's try that. Zany, hello, hello, welcome in. How are you doing? Oh my word, that is ginormous. That is huge. So let's grab that entire thing and just scale it down, because wowee. That is way too big. It's a good feature light. It's just huge. Unreasonably huge. Camera. Cycles. There we go. How's the preparation going? We are doing some interior decorating for our oh, there it worked, but it throws away everything else. Weird. We are doing interior decorating for our animatic project. We've got almost everything in place that we need in order for us to actually be able to start pulling things across. I'm still determining whether I am going to use renders out of different camera angles here for our backgrounds, or whether I'm going to draw over bits. It all depends on if I can get the lighting to work out nicely. I think what I'm going to need to do is add a couple of fill lights to kind of cheat the atmosphere in such a way that it actually works. So, hee. Lots to still figure out. But we've got almost all of the pieces that we need. I still need to... we need a bed upstairs. Hold up, we need a bed upstairs still. I knew I was forgetting something. We need a bed upstairs. Why? Because there is actually going to be a scene where we see a bed. So let's see, is there going to be one that's going to treat us kindly and give us side tables as well, or am I going to need to hunt? I think I might need to hunt side tables. Now let's see what is sort of in this vibe. That's too poofy. Let's go with that one. Let's go with that one, and I need to not have it on top of the ceiling. So where are you? Where are you? Where is this particular collection? Yeah. Okay, so now what we do is we grab this, pull you down to there and rotate 180. Okay, so given that we need to have space for stairs for anyone who's got a spatial sense, who will freak out if there is not in fact a way around this, I'm gonna rotate this 90, and as opposed to what we see in my floor plan, which was a rough idea, but it's not necessarily set in stone. Okay, and now let's go like that. What is on brand in terms of the general furniture stylization, something like that. Okay, it's going to be on the ceiling again, it's fine. Now I have my concerns about the scaling of this lot, but anyway. That looks a little bit big. Doesn't it? Or is that bed just that low? I feel like the bed is small. I feel like the bed is too small for reality. Because that is a 1 meter block. How broad is a... Let's see. 215 mattress. That is definitely too small. That is definitely too small. So, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna no, not grab the entire, only the mattress. What I want to do is want to grab the entire thing, pull it out, sort of align the mattress with one of our grid lines. And now I want to scale it up until that is 1, 2. That should be 210. 215. Okay, that's a more realistic size. That's a more realistic size. Yeah, that makes more sense. It was looking tiny to me. It was looking unreasonably tiny to me. So now we go duplicate that collection. Put you over there. Grab this. Put you over there. Ish. Okay. This slot I think is actually the wrong light fitting as well. Why? Because it's going to be in the way. So which light fitting is this now? Where is this lighting fitting? This? Yes. So get rid of that entire collection. Like that. Kill, 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 kill. No. Delete hierarchy. Delete hierarchy. Okay. So we need to still get some sense of making the space feel more like an actual abode, which is going to start with going rotate Z90. Rotate Z180. Lower that down to there. Okay, that works. Move you like such. Okay, and we're gonna go duplicate collection. You, we're gonna move like such. Scale y -1. No. Okay, so now let's go inside the room and go cycles. Let's see what we've got to look with. Okay. Okay. Okay, we're getting there, we're getting there. So, we have now got at least some of that in place. There would generally be cupboards and what have you in here. Let's see. What we get for a loose standing something. Naturally, I'm fighting with internet here as well. Okay, let's see if I can get the last couple of pieces of furniture needed in place. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna quickly go make myself a cup of coffee, I think. I think that's gonna be the next thing that needs happening. I think that's gonna be the next thing that needs happening. Internet, please work with me. I beg of thee. I beg, I beg, I beg. Maybe it would help if I close that. Just a little. Because this is now the 2 in the morning, the internet is refusing to internet. Come on! Catch up with me, please. Catch up with me, please, internet. I'm begging. I'm begging nicely. Come on. Let's try this again. Now it works. Okay, great. Great, 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 great. I'm gonna go with... not that, that's too... That looks like the sort of thing that would probably get put in, given the rest of the stylization of the place. Okay, now where are you? You need to not be inside the table lamp group for a start. Okay. Pull you down. And this way. And where's the door? So let's go rotate like that. Because these are all things that impact one another a little bit. And nope, I've got it the wrong way around. Yeah. Okay. Okay. What I do want to do is I want to just grab that and move it slightly further that way. And go into our shell over here, edit. And I want to go extrude, pull you that way. Does the internet just not like 3D software? No, what's happened is that the resource set that I'm using to populate the scene with makes use of some internet-based assets. So when the internet is not interneting, then the entire thing just stalls for a moment. What on earth? Why are you in here? Hold the phone. What are you and what are you doing in here? That is not the right kind of hardware for this setup. Yeah, this, it was definitely wrong. Delete. That came in by accident. Okay. I need to sleep. Hope the 3D modeling behaves and keeps going well. Alright, Zany. Alex, thank you so much. Are you ill? Oh no. I hope that you get better soon. It is never fun being sick. I remember you were mentioning that you were getting a little bit of a cold, so I really hope that you have a swift recovery. And thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. We're almost done setting up our setting. Done? Yeah! We're almost there. I don't know if this is what I'm looking for now is on I think it's here. I think it's here. I just woke up. It might be time for a break. Oh wow, zany. Good grief. I think you might be onto something there. You very, very, very easily may be onto something there. Okay, let me see. I want to go not like that. That was not where I wanted to be. I want to stay inside. I want to go upward, and I just want to see elevation wise what's happening here in terms of our light. Go through to the next passage. Eek. Methinks I'm gonna need to either set multiple cameras I might have to set multiple cameras to the different shots that I need. I think that's what's going to happen. Okay, let's get out of camera view. Let's get out of cycles. Okay, that is ridiculous. Look at that. So I'll check in terms of my storyboard what this shot is going to look like. Because, yeah, I think I'm definitely going to use multiple cameras because I'm going to want to change certain camera settings on this as well, I think. Things like the depth of field and what have you for each camera I think is definitely going to want to be different. To get the angles on the lenses to be what I want to be able to get the most out of this. Yeah. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to go for something that looks appropriately kitchenish. Oh, look at that, an actual kitchen sink. But I think I'm gonna go with that one. Okay. Get into the kitchen, pull in a kitchen sink. I'm not the one who may need a break. Oh dear. No, we're very close to having everything that we need in place. For most of our scenes. Okay, and we're going to go duplicate collection. This way. Yeah, that'll be that scene. Okay, so we've got almost what we need in here. This needs to just be in actual contact with our sink. There we go. Let's see. I'm looking for a plant. That'll work. Let's see. It's actually a very sad plant. I don't like that. Okay, let's just clear that. I want to see, go through my filters again. Let's try. Let's try. Let's see what we can find that we can make the place look like something. I like that clock. That's a good clock. I wonder if I'll be able to adjust the time. I will be able to adjust the time, yes. Awesome, 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 awesome. That's good, that's good, that's good. So let's go. Like that. Okay. Yes. We could adjust the time. That's nice. I'm so glad we could do that. It's worth everything to be able to actually adjust the time. Oh, I'm gonna need to take that out of here. Oh dear. So that's gotta come out. And the floating shelf is gonna need to come out. Okay, let's see, where is our floating shelf? It is actually on the right wall. Hooray! Okay, nice. Just trying to make the place look a bit lived in. Have we got categories? Have we got categories that I can search? Yes, I've got categories. Okay. That is what I was looking for. I'm looking for interior. I'm looking for... that's not what I'm looking for. That's not what I'm looking for. That's also not what I'm looking for. It's also not what I'm looking for. Let's see, try this again. This is what I was looking for, okay. Okay, at the moment it's... actually a little bit of a issue there, okay. Let's try this again. Let's go to... Oi, oi, oi. Okay. I'm not finding what I was hoping to find. So many of these are premium. Yeah, that's not gonna fly. Okay. So we've got almost everything for here. Let's just make sure we're in the room. Kitchen needs a bright downlight. Like, a kitchen needs to be bright, bright, bright. Otherwise, it is dysfunctional. Okay, let's see. How is this gonna go? Oh, oh. Aha! There we go. Now, is that going to light up through there as well? Or is it going to get stuck? No, it's going to light up. Only until there. Great. There we go. Okay, that's going to be saving grace here. For kitchen. Let's grab that light fitting in its entirety and just move it further that way. Come back into the kitchen. and just check and test. Yeah, that lighting is good. Okay, I might actually use that instead of all of these other lights because these ones are kind of pathetic. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna grab here. Which fitting is this? These. One of you over there. One of you over there. And come into cycles. And what do you know? All of a sudden we've actually got light. Amazing. Amazing. Okay. Fantastic. Okay, so now where are those lights? Let's just come over here again. Okay. Actually had those lined up pretty well. Okay, now if I grab both of them and just make sure. That they're spaced in the middle of the passage. There we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. Okay, now where's my camera? Up here. So now what I want to do is I want to find my cameras and get them out of the full collection there. Put that lot in the main collection. There we go. And now what I want to do is I want to add another set of cameras. So we're going to go another camera. This one is going to come over. Wait, don't do the dumb. This one is going to come over here and be angled down a smidge. I forget what's the shortcut to switch between cameras. Where else is this camera even? Hold up. Be in here, add camera. There we go. And this one is going to be the kitchen camera. Which is going to live here. At around about a that-ish sort of an angle. Okay. And then we're going to add another one. Which is going to be over here like so. And we're going to add another one. Which is going to be roughly like so. Okay, something like that. So there I've got a couple of different cameras that I can remember off of the top of my head that we're going to need. Now what's the shortcut for cycling between cameras again? Blender cycle between cameras. Okay, that is not gonna help me. Okay, never mind. So it's just gonna be a matter of set as active. Okay, which is where which is where Undo, undo, undo. I don't know what just happened there. Okay, that is all of the cameras that I've got in the scene. Okay. So let's go here and see what this one sees. Okay, so what's the snap camera to view port is yeah, that's not gonna help me either. Okay, never mind. I want to kind of flatten this out a little bit. Oh goodness. That's also not what I'm looking for. I want to see what the camera is going to see. That's what we're looking for here. Okay, I'm gonna need the fridge back. And I'm probably gonna need to put a window in this side as well. Okay. Show you. Let's see what we see. Okay, so what we're seeing is problems. That's what we're seeing. Because that does not fit well with the framing. Over there. Let's see what happens if I pull this closer. Maybe cheat it a little bit. Yeah, that's a view that wanted to be cheated. To be able to actually get a sense of the room. Okay. Now this is going to need to get set into a countertop still. That's the next thing that I need to do, is set that into a countertop. So, where is my frame? Okay, edit mode. Come over here. Leave camera mode. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to grab a plane. We're going to go duplicate it. We're going to pull it up. We're going to pull it out. We're going to go inset and scale X down, scale Y up. Yep. Sort of line that up with our sink. Yep. And go delete face. And camera. see, what do we see? Okay, so far so good. At the moment, obviously, because our entire shell is in plain default white, everything is still looking a bit sterile. But we're starting to get somewhere. That being the case, I'm going to quickly go make myself another cup of coffee, and then we shall see what we can do about giving this place a lick of paint. And separating out the floors, maybe, so that we can put tiles down or something. Tiles or wood? I think tiles. This is looking like a tiles place, I think. Otherwise, it's going to be bleh. Tiles. Okay, that's going to be the plan, and then we'll figure out like what colors we're going to paint what walls, I guess. Because there's definitely got to be something on these walls. Also, I've got to put... I actually need to do this. Hold up. I want interior, I want a kitchen set, I want something. I don't want to have to fight. With a figuring out of a Let me use you. I don't want to have to fight with figuring out an oven. I really don't. And it feels like on that wall there ought to be, on that wall somewhere, there ought to be, like, kitchen madness. So let's... This is gonna need manipulation, because obviously it's doing really dumb madness. Let's see where it lands up. Where did this land up now? Okay. Like that. Pull you down like that. Pull you across like that. And up like that. Camera. Like so. And check and test. Yeah, cool. So then what we're going to do, now that we know what we're seeing with that, is I'm going to borrow that material that's on that countertop and I'm going to stick it on this one as well. So what material is this? This one. Okay, kitchen worktop marble. Okay, so on this thing we're going to switch that to kitchen worktop marble. And now when we go here, if we're not desperately unlucky, it should now switch to the same material for this thing. If I did not accidentally take the wrong object. I think I took the wrong object. Okay, grab this, assign this material. Okay, over here. Let's see, what have we got? Let's go selection invert. No. Let's try let's see what that does. Okay. Let's now just separate out our floors. I think that's... Let's do that, and then I will... After we've separated out the floor, then I'm gonna go make myself a cup of coffee. So, this is gonna be mesh, split, selection. Let's go for Select invert, oh boy, and deselect that section. And over here, let's put that on. Let's put that on paper for now. I saw paper. Okay, it's starting to look a little bit more like an actual building now. Starting to, at the very least. Okay. But I'm going to need to make materials for our walls. I'll get there still. That paper is definitely not the paper that I was thinking of. I'm just going to put that back on the default. Okay. Right. Okay. I'm going to quickly go make myself another cup of coffee, and then we will hydrate when I get back and move on to separating the rest of the floors and seeing if we can choose a couple of walls that we can paint interesting colors. I think. Yeah. Because I think we are very close to having a fully populated building for our animatic. So, yay! Very close to victory. Very, very, very close to victory. Woohoo! I should probably hit the save button. Yes, save. I should definitely hit the save button. Okay. Be right back. muted. Thank you for catching that. Thank you for catching that. I did not realize I was muted. Thank you. Oh dear. Oh dear. I think this is just a normal tap. I think this is just a normal tap, Calyx. Yes. Words. They appear out of nowhere. Surprisingly, what happens when... Despite all logic, the microphone comes back on. Yeah. Oh dear. Okay, so here's kitchen sink. I am looking for you. I am looking for you. Why is there rubber? It makes no sense for there to be rubber. I was wondering why you were being so quiet. Oh dear, oh dear. My mic has a big red button that tells me when it's not on. It's hard to miss, but I still do. Yeah, I have a stage microphone, not a studio microphone. So, it doesn't have lights of that description. It was bugging me that that wasn't shiny. Define a stage mic? You know, the type that you will find on a podium or a lectern type thing, or that a musician will use. Yeah, something along those lines. Like a normal, quintessential microphone-shaped microphone. Yeah. So it is so that you can look it up if you're so inclined. I am using a MyPro MM707. So it's supposedly designed for picking up slightly quieter voices. So hence why I've got it. Because I usually speak quite quietly. Quite common at graduation and churches. Yeah. It's a good nervous person who's never used a microphone mic before. Does it tune out your fan noises? It's a dumb microphone. All of my audio processing I do in OBS. Yeah. So I have a tiny little 2-channel mixing desk that is my conversion between the shucks, I forget the name of the port now. I feel really, really stupid now that I forget the name of the port that's on the tip of my tongue. Between the usual microphone connector and my PC interface. So, yeah. It's a good thing OBS rocks at noise cancels. Yeah, OBS has got some pretty decent stuff built in for the noise cancellation. If I had to turn off my filters, oh my word, it would be so loud. I am sitting here at 3:30 in the morning and it would be loud. Painfully loud. So, yeah. because you'd have all of the fan noise. Every little squeak or bubble or scritch or whatever that the animals make. Like, I know it picks up my chair, and when I type and scritch on screens and scribble and blah already, that I try and cover up with music a little bit. But yeah. Okay, so the next thing I need to do is I need to put lighting in here, because this is bad. Wait, I thought I did put lighting in here. Is that why you'd be muted during Discord streams? I'm muted in Discord streams because I'm streaming off of my non-streamer PC for Discord. And I've yet to figure out how to do the audio connection or the entire connection of my usual stream setup via the laptop into Discord, so I don't have to move my audio around. I've honestly just not thought of it. Also, because during the day when I would be streaming on Discord, that's when the rest of my house is awake, and they will call across the house to one another to ask questions and randomly walk in to tell stories of things that's happening, and you know, living four soon to be 5 adults in the same building type chaos. So it's more a sense of, okay, I'm not going to even bother trying, because trying to be productive amongst all of that and not inconvenience anyone else, it ain't gonna fly. It's not gonna be worth it. So yeah, Discord is muted for that reason, is because it's the time of the day when the rest of the house is alive and doing things. So yeah, chaos of a different nature, right? Okay, so let me see what's going on here. So those are all going to go away because they're empty. That's fair. Yeah, it is what it is, right? Okay, so we're gonna go. Wait, does this one have all of the stuff? Yes, it does. Okay. Do these two have all of the stuff? Yes, they do. Okay. Copy. Paste. You do not have all of this stuff. Go away. And that's hydrate. So everyone, time to acquire your nearest safer consumption beverages. And let's take a sip. Coffee is now at a drinkable temperature. Yay. It's still warm, but not scalding. Yay. Okay, that's where it needed to be. Like so. Okay. Let's grab that one and that one. Okay, now let's cycle through with our lights on, and then we can start adjusting cameras. It's looking so much better with the lights on. And it actually feels like there's lights on. Okay. Now it feels like there's life happening. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, so there's exactly one more wall that I want to give the blue paint job. I'm going to take the blue paint job off of this big wall at the back here. I feel like it's overkill. And I'm going to switch that for... the two sides over here. I like that because it gives us contrast so that we can see depth a little bit more clearly. Which means that I want this back wall by the front door to be the next one to get painted. Because then we've also got contrast so that we can see the difference between the stairs and everything else. Now that is not gonna fly. Okay, let's see what's happening here. Let's start by making this such that we can actually UV unwrap it, because, oh my goodness, this is going to be a nightmare if I've not got the ability to unwrap this thing. Okay, let me just go object mode. I want to see, is there a way? Okay. I'm gonna do it this way. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna pull it out. Hide the rest of the collection. It worked, yay. Okay, great. Edit mode. Mark seam. Okay. Edge, mark seam. Next. Let's clear those seams and get rid of that face because it's unnecessary. Okay, mark seam. Oh boy. Next, let's see. Now, before I go any further, let's sew mesh wait. Now here's the weird thing. Why am I not able to unwrap this? What? Why am I not able to... Why am I not able to unwrap this? Blender object not able to UV unwrap. Let's see. What does it say? That ain't it either. Okay. Still not it. Okay, let's try this. What happens if I go... Nope, that's also not it. There we go. There we go. I think I found it. I think we found it. Awesome. Fine, flippin'ly. Okay. Now... we are still dealing with okay, we've now finally got a UV map. Fine, flippin'ly. Okay. That just took a small eternity. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, so now what we can do is we can grab the entire thing, UV, unwrap, angle based. See what we come up with. Something that is tragic on very many levels. Okay, so unwrap, cube project. There we go. Scale it up. Okay. Better, better. Now, let's grab whatever this is. Now, you guys I'm going to split. Okay, so where's my issue? Where are you still connected? Where I don't want you to be connected? Edge, mark seam. Okay. Let's go. Grab everything. Unwrap. Cube. Grab this section. Right. Edge. Mark seam. Still connected. Where are you still connected? And how? Let's try this again. Okay. Now, I need to figure out assess. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of these bottom panes because they actually don't need to exist. Like, they legitimately do not need to exist. Okay, that's first part. Now what I'm gonna do is I need to get those to make sense. Something like that. Okay, let's try this again. Still connected. Still connected. Where are the connections here, people? Where are these connections? Like, this is not making sense to me. Okay, something like that-ish. Something like that-ish. You know what? Let's just go grab all. No. I was about to do something really, really dumb. Are these in fact separated? I think they are in fact separated pieces. Okay, so I'm gonna grab this and I'm also gonna just move this off so that I can see what's happening. Now here, something is still not making sense here. Do those two edges need to exist? No, they do not. Do these back faces need to exist? No, they do not. Every excess piece that I can get rid of is going to help me figure out what is going on. Jennifer, hello, hello. How's the commissions going so far? So far, so good. We have gotten quite far in building a background for an animatic that we are going to be illustrating for Stephen Afro. And what we're presently doing is we are just handling a couple of the last touches of a bit of architecture work for our backgrounds. I've been blendering the evening away, making sure that we have everything that we need for that to go as planned. And we're making good progress. Let me just get rid of that edge. That edge, thank you. We're making very good progress. Eek. So if we are lucky, and I think we will be, I should have something that I can show you guys soon. I'm working on an art piece of an OC of mine. Ooh, yay. Fun, fun. I think I'm finally figuring out these crazy excess pieces. That are causing all of my grief. So many unnecessary vertices. No wonder the UV unwrapping was going crazy. Overlaps in the most obscure and unnecessary places, oh my word. Okay. Can we yet achieve victory? So there are still things that are bending in really, really weird ways. Why? So, what are you? And what are you? And what are you? Okay. UV. Unwrap. Nice. That's looking better. Let's see. That's looking better. Like, that's actually looking like predictably wood now. Now we just need to fix some angles in places. Awesome! Awesome, 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 awesome. Okay. And I want to clear that seam because I want that to be continuous. Yes, okay. Getting there, getting there. Okay, so now let's go and grab that piece. I think it's this piece? No? Okay. So you need to separate there. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to grab everything, rotate by 90, because it's just off alignment of where I want it. Yes! The stairs are now looking like wood. Fine a flippin' lee. Okay. Now, if we show the rest of the place again. Drop this into our collection. Now what I want to see is I want to come into the fridge and I want to edit this because otherwise we're going to have a bad day. Like you. Grab all of you. We're never going to see it from this side, so it's fine that it's shallower than what makes sense. We are fudging camera angles, which is perfectly acceptable for cinematic purposes. Now, this piece of floor uses that wood texture. And I do like that because it means that all of a sudden the place isn't quite so dark. In terms of the wood weight. Oh dear. Let's see if we can grab that. Let's go select, loop, edge loop. Of course it would happen right behind this menu, but that's good. Edge, mark seam. Wow, let me see. Yeah, it'll do. Okay. That'll do. Okay. Now we come over here, grab the entire lot of it, rotate 90. Do I really want to do that? Yes. Scale Y down. Yes. Now, do I really want it to be this color of wood though? maybe having that bit of dark contrast for the stairs is not a bad idea. And then, perhaps, what I can do is we can grab these top planks and make them light, because then we've got both contrast and visibility, so you can see where you're putting your feet down. Which is not a bad idea for stairs, being able to see where you're putting your feet. It's also extra visual interest. Come on. No. Grab you. Undo. What just happened? Assign. Okay. And on this side. Wait. Okay, camera view. Okay. Now, last thing needs to happen here is I need to close up that gap again. Undo, undo. Why? Because now I can see that you can actually see what is happening at the bottom of the stairs from some camera angles. Why? Because perspective. Now, if this house were only like a passing element, in the animatic, I would really honestly not probably put in as much effort into making sure that the place looks like something. However, it is literally the setting for like 90% of the song happens in rooms somewhere in here. So they're kind of a little bit itty bitty bit important. Okay, what's my clipping distance here? Hold up. Okay. Okay. That works. For cinematic reasons, when it comes to this shot, I'm gonna move that way. Methinks. Can I make that broader? Okay, come out of here. Now, there is just the little detail of needing to put in a safety rail and close that patch of ceiling, I see. Because that is, kind of glaringly obvious over here right now. Okay, check. And check. Because that does impact light a little bit. And that's looking better. Okay. That's looking better. Next, we want to come to this camera. Also, I think this is going to want to be a 30mm. want to bring it closer. No? Further. Let's walk this way a little bit. Now, I don't want that line of the wall to be dead center, because that's just bad composition. But okay, I think we're just about there. So there are a few final little pieces of decor that need to go into this, and then we are pretty much there. And those last pieces of decor are going to be a couple of picture frames on this wall over here, and it's going to be the railing for that, which is kind of important, also safety. Just a little bit. And then undo. Add a cylinder. I do not need 32 vertices, 12 will do. Radius can be 0.02. Mm, 0.03. Yeah, that'll work. That can be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's try 6 meters. If it's too much, I can always chop it less. Rotate that. Yeah, it's definitely going to be too much. As a phase crown, hello, welcome in. What kind of 3D work are we doing? We are looking at doing a background setting for an animatic video for Stephen Afro. And what we're presently doing is the new song takes place in a house. The majority of the song takes place in a house. That's the only story vibe I'm going to give you guys about it. And for that purpose, considering that I'm doing the illustration for the thing, I felt that having a good, clean, proper, solid piece of background model would be immensely helpful in making sure that those background illustrations and the illustrations for the entire animatic in general ended up looking like something. So I would have possibly not ended up doing so had it been a smaller proportion of the finished target that would be in this setting, but considering that it's pretty much the entire song, more or less, it just made sense. So yeah, that's what we are busy with. We are pretty much doing the last finishing touches in terms of the decor for this place that we need for it to be fully functional for our purposes. But if I just go over here, I've got a couple of cameras set up for a couple of the shots that we are going to need. Give or take, I've still got to change up my camera positions. But we've got some interesting cinematics happening. I have made extreme use of Blender Kit for objects to fill up the space. But it has proven immensely helpful in terms of getting everything that we need in a timeous manner. Blender Kit is pretty nice indeed. Yes, like if I had to do all of these decorations completely from scratch myself, I would cry. It would have taken me weeks. And considering that the licensing for the items on Blender Kit is fair, there is, I feel like making use of the assets in this way is completely reasonable. So, the stairs were initially built in the Archimesh plugin, the Archimesh add-on that's built into Blender. I once upon a time purchased ArchiPack, but I've never been able to get it to work for more than 2 days at a time, so I gave up on it. But it's fine, it's fine. I just heavily edited the stairs and I'm currently just doing the last bits of railing. Then I need to put some picture frames on this wall, and then I think it is pretty much there and pretty much good to go. I'm still deciding if I'm going to keep this rug or change it up for a different rug. Still deciding, not 100% sure yet. So yay. But yeah, so I've got the entire storyboard down and approved. Previously, we did do a little bit of inking on some of the frames. But as soon as I've got this sorted and I can send some screenshots through for approvals on the interior decorating, then I can start moving on with some of the more plot-sensitive frames in terms of the inking on all of that madness. And then next time we work on this on stream, we will be able to actually do coloring for our stream safe panels. I'm going to be working on this completely out of sequence, so the actual plot makes no sense. Because there is plot, and that is exciting. I love stories that have plot. I love song stories that have plot. So, I am very, very excited to be working on this. I heard the early version of the song, and it's so good. It's so good. So I'm really, really looking forward to seeing how this entire thing is going to come together, because I'm just doing the illustrations and the background madness for everything, but the actual video edit will be done by Stephen Afro, and therefore I'm going to get some surprises. So, big excites, big excites. Let's go back to this view. Okay, we are still working on the stairs. And we are that far in, okay. So now what I want to do is I want to go back into edit mode, add cylinder again. Now it doesn't need to be 6 meters, now 1 meter is enough. Now 1 meter is enough. Okay. Okay, maybe 1 meter isn't quite enough, but it's fine. Or is it going to be enough? Let's see. I'm gonna shrink this down just a smidge. And pull that up. And I'm gonna go and assign that to the lighter material, because visual interest is our friend. Boy. No. There we go. Undo, 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 undo. Center you. Scale you down. Scale you up. A little bit more. There we go. Assign. Show. Like so. Mesh. Shading. Smooth faces. Like that, okay. Grab you, duplicate, and also on top here. Come on. Ooh. And last one, duplicate. And on top here. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to grab these. And UV editing. Something like that, yeah. Now, rotate 90. And now that actually makes sense. And scale Y doesn't need to be that tight. And the end caps don't need to actually be on because the end caps are not visible. So there we go. We now have wooden railings. And what I think I'm gonna do, I've thought about it. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm going to make the knob dark as well. So over here, we're gonna go edit. Grab that plane. And no, not the shaft, not the shaft. Okay. Save button seems like a good idea right about now. You know what also sounds like a good idea right about now, because I completely forgot again for the last hour? Hydrating. So, everyone, time to acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages, and let's take a sip. There we go. Coffee is cold. Coffee is cold, oh no. Okay, the coffee is going. The coffee is going. It's almost 5 in the morning. The coffee can go. Alright. Now, let's go back object mode, camera view, and see how does this behave. How does that behave? Oh, that is looking distinctly more like the inside of an actual building now. Hooray! I think the detail of having the parts of the wood that you would touch with your hands be darker makes sense. Like, you want the surface that you step on to be lighter so that you can see it, but having the part that you touch with your hands be darker just feels better. Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better about that. Yeah, this is feeling a lot more contained and reasonable. Now, the one thing that's still not vibing with me yet is the scale of the wood texture on the floor. Like, that's still a bit big. Not 100% sure yet how I'm gonna fix that, but I'll see between now and when I start sending screenshots over. Let's see what we're seeing in a different camera. I think I want to see out of camera 2. Now let me try camera 1. I just want to see what we're seeing here. Camera 1 is... Can I rename these? Okay, I can rename these. I'm gonna do it here. So this one is gonna be passage. Okay. And you are gonna be kitchen. Okay. And you come on, are gonna be our opening start pan. And you are gonna be couch high. And you're gonna be the front door shut. No. What's going on here? And what are you guys? Hello? These belong inside light fittings. These belong inside these light fittings. Come on. Okay, that works, that works, that works. You guys also belong inside. Come on, come on. Ah! The rapid scroll there is enough to drive you insane. Okay. Now this needs to just go into the main collection, because they now make sense. Which means the only things outside of my collection are my cameras. Save button. Now we hit the save button. Okay. Now let's see what we get out of this. Okay, rotate by 90. Rotate by 90. Oh no. Oh my. Hello there. Are those controllers that let you... My word, I think it is. I think those are controllers that let you customize the settings of your frame. Nice. Oh, nice. Please let me not be wrong. Okay. Frame shape. What's that changing? Okay, the fact that we can customize this is kind of crazy. What did it do? Because it's customization, it doesn't like having the, it doesn't like being set. So, what I'm gonna do is, instead of using this one, I'm gonna go for something else. Delete hierarchy. It's a pity, but it's fine. There is more than one way to deal with a picture. Let's see. What's this gonna do? Okay. Undo that. Not happy with that. Or am I just gonna end up building my own photo frame? I think I'm just gonna build my own photo frame. It's just faster at this point than trying to find one that I like there. Okay. That's what we're gonna do, is we're gonna build our own. However, I want to see. This is the sort of a layout that I had in mind. So I actually want to take this and go export PNG. Call this... I'm going to call this photo layout. I'm going to have to draw all of these pictures still. Okay, it's fine, it's fine. .png, save, yes. Okay. Come back to Blender. Alright, then, collapse our collection. Then what we're gonna go is we're gonna go add an object. I want a... reference image. Photo layout. There we go. And what we're going to do is we're going to take that, pull that up here. Scale that roughly like so. Okay, that'll be the last stuff that I've got to get in here, is this madness. So, let me see. Pull this a little bit closer that way, just so that I can think. Let's go camera and see what it spits out at us. That is the camera I was looking for. Nice. Where are you? Rotate -90. Now you are going to not clip into the wall, please and thank you. Let's go, I'm gonna, smush this into oblivion, but it's fine. Pull that out. Zany, in other news, I purchased the Miku movie. Oh, it was a good movie, an emotional story, and amazing music. I've been wanting to watch that. I've been really wanting to watch the Miku movie. Like, I've not been able to play any of the rhythm games, unfortunately. So a lot of the original character context that comes with those, I would be a little bit sorely lacking on, but I really wanted to watch that movie. But I'm glad you enjoyed it. Okay. We're getting places, we're getting places, we're getting places. I had no context of the characters or anything and still greatly enjoyed it. One of my friends did know the context and it was fun watching them getting excited. Ooh, yay. Yeah, like, I believe it's based on the characters from Project Sekai, if I'm not mistaken. Because I think there are a couple of different Miku games out there, but I believe it's Project Sekai. I don't know if the ones that are available, I don't know if what is available to us non-console people is enough to get context in place. Like, I've always wanted to play it, but I'm just like, I don't know if I am. I know that I can't put my poor phone through the madness that is trying to get a game to game. But yeah, I'd like to give it a proper investigation. Like, I've always wanted to play those games, but I just never had either the hardware or the time opportunity to really get into it. I may never play the game, but I'm intrigued by the premise and the movie explored. Okay, that's fair, that's fair. Like, I'll be honest, the one reason why I specifically wanted to play the game was for the music. Because I feel like there is a good amount of music in the game that I ought to know, but presently don't, and that makes me sad. I nabbed all the songs that appeared in the movie and then some. If nothing else, that'd be my reason for playing the game too. Yeah, in terms of the marketing strategy of that, it was 100%, 100% effective in that case. Aha! 'Tis working! 'Tis working. Call this one the camera shelf. And edit. A little bit broader. There we go. And we're gonna go duplicate, rotate 90. Grab those, pull up, duplicate, like so. Scale X down. Ew, no. Now what we need to do is this. Grab all of those, pull those back into the wall, like that. And grab all of those, subdivide. Now what we need to do, no, not subdivide that way, because then it grabs the outer edges too, and then we get that center line, which we don't want. So we're going to grab you and you and you and you, and we're going to go subdivide. And what we're going to do I'm excited for the future of future projects and future opportunities. Ooh, that's always a good place to be. Aha. Cheats the UVs in a way that works. Nice. Okay. That'll do the trick. Now, oh dear. Is it that time of the day already? Oh my word. When did that happen? When did it become that time of day? Gasp. Okay. Alright, so it is now at the point where I do need to do the illustrations that will go inside these picture frames. And then I need to Ew, if I've got it like this, then it's going to be... Object, convert to mesh. Okay. Okay, now it's an actual object. Okay. So now I can hide all of that madness. And I can start taking screenshots to send to that commissioner, so that it can be seen that there are in fact things happening. Okay. Progress! Yay! Boy. This has been a day. Like, this building did not exist this morning. I started this today. And we've got it mostly ready. So that's a victory. Especially considering that when it comes to architecture, I actually know diddly squat. And I have my own personal feelings about my ability to do interior decorating because I have done so desperately very little of it in my iteration of reality that I exist in. So I'm feeling a little bit better about the state of affairs now. Let's just put this on the ground. There we go. It looks like a livable house. I think I should count for something. Whew! Yeah, We'll ignore the fact that I just decided to just ignore the bathroom because none of our shots are actually going to take place in there. But provision for a bathroom had been made. There should probably be a chest of drawers there. Hold up. There should be a chest of drawers over there. There should be a drawers. There should be a collection of drawers there. Because that is like begging for a chest of drawers and something on top of a chest of drawers. And maybe like curtains or something. Curtains is maybe not a bad idea. So, yeah. There's still stuff to be done, obviously. I'll probably center that into that space because that's also being off-center like that is driving me up the wall. I don't know about the rest of you, but it's driving me up the bend. But yeah, I think we're getting places. I think we're getting places. So, yeah, happiness is. Happiness is. Like, it's actually a really huge kitchen for a building this size, for literally a one-bedroom place. In reality, I don't know. Yeah, it's actually a pretty huge kitchen. It's because it's a kitchen slash dining room all in one kind of thing going on over there. Small table. Whose surface I'm going to change out. I see. I'm going to switch out this wood pattern for a different one. I'm going to switch it out for that one. Simply so that it has contrast and we can actually see it against the ground. Yay, having multiple wood textures readily available for us to just pick and choose from, right? I think I'm going to check the same with the chairs. Yeah. Yeah. Doesn't look too big to me. Yeah. Like, I mean, if I think about how the architecture goes on the floor above it, this size is necessary because otherwise there's not going to be enough space for a bath or a shower or a loo or all of the necessaries. But like, for two people living in a one-bedroom space, this is pretty nice digs, if I do say so myself. Provided you don't need office space for anything. If you don't work from home, then this is pretty chilled, I think. But okay, it is now that time of the day where I need to actually call it a day. I'm gonna go and take some screenshots of all of this madness and send it through to our dear commissioner, Stephen Afro. And then I will see you all tonight in the European time zones for a little bit of Final Fantasy XIV before the weekend. Yeah. Do some voice acting madness a little bit. See if we can investigate that crystal tower that we spotted some time ago. That I have no idea what's going on there. Where Sid is waiting for us. Well, we're practically an archaeologist. So I have no idea what's waiting us in there, but I want to get into that pretty early on. Because I have no idea what is waiting for that and how long it's going to take and all of that madness. So that is going to be the plan for tomorrow. We'll see what happens. I am going to probably panic. I am probably going to panic. Because I have no idea. And if it's one of those big team events again, then I'm doubly going to panic. Ah! So, whoopsie. Anyway. Here we are. It has been a very, very, very productive 5 and almost a half hours. Thank you guys so much for joining me in my attempts at interior decorating. A normie's domestic space. Hopefully I was not too far off on what a normie would live in. Hopefully. And yes, it has been fun. We got to get a couple of things working. I had disasters before stream with my navigation. My left click was doing really weird things, so that managed to get repaired somehow. I don't even remember how I fixed that. I honestly don't remember how I fixed that. I hope it never happens again. We have made really big strides. With this in place, it's gonna make the backgrounding for the rest of it all much easier. So I will let you guys know when we are going to be working on this next again. There's probably going to be a span of that somewhere in the run of next week, but exactly which day of the week I have no idea just yet. So yes, fun times. And we are going to be pushing along with Sishian's VTuber model as well. And like I mentioned at the beginning of stream, I have opted in terms of my 3D model building for character models, that instead of risking it all on process-wise, trying to go everything of the same kind for consistency on Project Misthaven characters, where I can potentially mess something up in a fundamental phase and then have to do repairs on everyone, I'm going to learn and get things functional and get things looking good on a fan model that I've decided to make for Wilhelm van der Bos, who dropped a new art challenge today, by the way. If you are in the Discord, you will have seen that I dropped that in the general channel, because it's a fun thing, and if you are someone who is interested in learning to draw, then I do strongly advise you to join the art challenges that Owlshe puts out every month. All art levels are welcome. I do it at this point every month. I've told myself that I want to do the art challenge every month, not because I have a need to, you know, prove myself to other people in any way, shape or form, but simply to prove to myself that yes, I can actually keep up with doing something on a regular basis that is not necessarily work, and is a little bit self-indulgent and following an instruction that is kind of fun and potentially getting something out of it that could be potentially useful later. So yes, it has been amazing. I have already basically gotten 5 canon Misthaven characters out of art challenges. Actually no, 6. 6 canon Misthaven characters out of art challenges, 7 if I include what ended up being a major glow up on a major character out of those art challenges. So yes, very useful. If you want to get good and need inspiration for what can I attempt, then 100% try Wilhelm's art challenges. They're amazing and fun. And all of the Plumies are super supportive on the feature streams that happen. So it really doesn't matter what level you're at. Try it, you can only get better. You can only get better. And it's fun for everyone to see how each participant grows over consecutive months. And seeing the thought processes that you apply to each challenge, because it varies from everything from character design madness to I don't think there's been a draw this in your own style yet, but yeah, there's been a lot of character design type stuff. Last month was a crossover challenge. This month we're back on character design. With a generator type of thing where different features applying to you result in different features applying to your character. And it's a fun one. It's a fun one. So I do encourage everyone to take a look at that. I will also be working on, like, I want to circle back to where I was going. I will be working on a fan model for Wilhelm in 3D, specifically as practice. I'm going to be working on that on stream as well, so that you guys can see my brain melting as I try and figure things out, and also so that I can get the process down. I need to see what works, what kind of techniques I want to use to get lighting to behave the way that I want it to behave, finding the art direction that I want to use for Project Misthaven, all of that madness. So it's probably not going to end up being quote-unquote conventional VTuber model type modeling for all practical purposes. But I am looking forward to seeing how the techniques that I have learned and subsequently forgotten and have now subsequently rediscovered can be applied to something that is going to be, one, a lot of fun to work on, and two, potentially useful for someone. You know, maybe just itty bitty little bit. So it is to be seen how those techniques will work in software packages like Godot, where I'm going to be building Project Misthaven, and maybe also I'll poke Krahazik about seeing how that sort of model also works in something like whatchamacallit, VR chat. That's the word I was looking for. I was looking for VR chat. Because he's dabbled there. And then from there, subsequently, getting into the right file format for things like Warudo and so on. Because if that technique works across the board, then I am so sticking with it if it works the way that I hope that it was going to work. Because it looks so good. So we'll see. It's all depending on if the shaders end up looking right. And naturally, that's going to mean that certain shaders are not necessarily going to look right on it. If one decides to mess with shaders outside of the intended operating parameters. But if it looks good and it works, then I'm a happy bird. So yeah, probably unconventional. But if it works, it's gonna be great. Fingers crossed it can be applied universally. I really hope so. If it's something that only really works for like animation type stuff, and not something that works in a more dynamic lighting scenario, where multiple camera angles are going to be applied or what have you, or multiple light sources, bloody fish based, all that jazz. If it's not going to be shader based but environment reactive in ways that I cannot predict at this stage, then I'm gonna be a little bit sad. Little bit sad. But if it works and we can get shaders that are reactive to light from all directions, then wow, victory. Because if we can get something that works across the board, and we can see that it works well with different shaders, or maybe not necessarily shaders, but different lighting scenarios in things like VR chat and Warudo, then that opens options. Because like I've mentioned previously, I really like the manhwa style of illustration, and if I can learn how to make a model look like that in a way that I can reliably and repeatably do, then I think we've got a stylistic direction that matches my art style direction, and then I am such a happy backcamper. then I'm gonna be so happy as a burb. So yes, fingers crossed, we are going to experiment. I have started extracting base mesh madness from Vol's reference sheets. I still need to finish extracting base mesh madness from Vol's reference sheets so that I can identify, okay, what kind of polygon density am I going to be aiming for here? Because it's going to probably be more VTuber leaning than game leaning, maybe, we'll see. I'm still deciding if I'm going to try and do it with subdivisions or not. Subdivision modifiers are helpful, but I think if I can keep the poly count as low as possible while still looking good across the board, everyone's computers are going to thank me for it. So that's going to be one of the things that we're going to be aiming for. Enough vertex information on the face, obviously, to get what we need to get the things to look good and work. But we'll see about what the actual density is going to look like. But yeah, fun times. Looking forward to it. All right, everyone. It is now such... Can I? Yeah, first light is starting to peak above the horizon. I've got to go to bed. I feel like I've seen models used for VR chat that have an outline at any angle, like Dylan Goose animations, but I don't remember exactly. Okay, yeah. So the inverse hull method does work. That's good to know. So it's just more a case of finding out if one does apply custom shaders. So, for example, instead of having like what we have with the wood texture on the ground on the building that we've been working on for the last 5 hours, that reacts to the light that hits it. Sometimes what you can do is you can build a shader or a material that has all of the light reactions based on math rather than on painting. And if we can get those to work in a way that is light reactive and nice looking, then if that set of shaders is A, compatible, and 2, B, pulls into something like VR chat and Godot, then we have won. So, yes. Very keen, very excited. We'll see what happens. Like, I feel like it's more likely to work in Godot than in VR chat, simply because of similar architecture and how things are built between those two packages. But with VR chat, yeah, I don't know how that math works. I don't know how the math processing works for the lighting systems in there, so it's anyone's guess. I will have to poke Krahazik for that, because Krahazik is our resident VR chat person. But yes, good night everyone, rest well, and of course a really big thank you to our channel members who have made it possible to keep on working on things outside of commission stuff, so that we can have a little bit of breathing room to do experiments and fun things and work on Project Misthaven. So yes, we will be experimenting with our alchemy. Our alchemy. I couldn't resist. Okay. Leave me be. I'm weak to puns, okay? Anyway. So, yes. Big thank yous to our channel members. If you want to become a channel member and assist in more experiments and fun things, then you can head over to Fourth Wall, where you will find that on the top of the page, really. At the moment, we are still working towards the YouTube subscriber goal that'll allow us to be able to have native channel memberships. But for now, if you would like to show support and get Project Musthaven going and help me keep the lights on and doing the cool things, then please consider popping a subscription over there. There are currently 3 tiers, the Mistling, Skirmisher, and Paladin tiers. Presently, the Skirmisher and Paladin tiers are identical in terms of what they give you. All 3 give you access to membership channels on my Discord channel, on my Discord server, which is Fort Misthaven. And you will, on that those channels, you will receive, you'll get access to all of my offline work streams, which is microphone off and working on stuff that I can't necessarily work on YouTube. It's a much more casual sort of a space, but it happens behind closed doors, and anything that happens on membership stays between the members. So that's cool. I'm still working on another distinction between the Skirmishers and the Paladins, but big thank you to our current existing Paladins. So to make sure that I've not missed anyone. I need to make sure that I haven't missed anyone. Oops, let me just open fourth wall. Oh dear. Like, I don't think anything has changed in the last 24 hours, but you never know. You never know. I forgot to open up this tab when I got here this morning. Yes, so big thank you to Zany and to Eldritch Bread for being our paladins who are supporting us this year, because you were mad lads and bought an entire year up front. Wow. Big thank yous for that. And for supporting me and Project Musthaven. It is the hugest of votes of confidence, and I really significantly appreciate it. I will do my best to get cool stuff your way as we continue the creative chaos journey. Woohoo! But yes, thank you guys. I will see you all tomorrow for some Final Fantasy XIV, just letting the brain relax again before the weekend and more madness. So Friday I'm probably going to be sitting quite significantly in the members VC, so if you're interested, drop by. Alright everyone, thank you so much for being here. Rest well when you get to it, and until next time, I shall see you. Cheery bye.